Come on, Mike. Alright, how should I get copyrighted today? Ooh. Betan, betan, to the betan. Surely there's no copyright in this, right? Is there copyright in this? To the betan, 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 betan. Ah. Lamau. How old is this song now? It's 2008. Oh, okay, look at that. 2008, 16 years ago. Yes, it's a date duvet. Oh my god. Let's see. Alright, let's go somewhere else. Fontaine's not too bad. Let's go. Just go back to Fontaine. My beloved, my muse. Oh my. Oh, should be fine, right? I see skin color. I get spooked. Wait, haven't I seen? I have seen this before. Yeah, they're like teaching you how to do all the. Oh my god, yeah, I remember this. Hello, G-Talk. God damn, bro. This is what a study should look like. Actually, this is probably enough already. For the most part, just where the kneecap is supposed to be. I think half the time, no idea where. My god. Oh my god, they went through the trouble of animating that movement too. But I guess it's just a translation. It's probably the easiest part of everything. That's a very interesting advice at the end here. So I'm guessing this is the so starting from the human body, that's what it says in Chinese, in Mandarin here. And it's a 6th season. I'm guessing they're doing classes or something in like the Chinese social media over here. If you get these numbers, you can search them up. But sorry, I forgot to put this in the. But then after that, like given how logical and how technical this whole thing is, the very end it says that do not overly rely on being logical. It says what it is. That's what it says here. It will look really boring. Very interesting, very interesting. I'm so convinced that everyone who is like really good at art must have gone through a lot and a lot and a lot of suffering. Like there's no way they have gone to their level of skill, at least for most people, without having to suffer through lots and lots of problems. Simple stuff, storytelling, crossovers. Oh my god, what's happening? Wait, I don't think. Wait, what? Okay, I'm pretty sure they ate worse shit in the actual Dungeon Meshi anime. But these are just rocks, are they not? The slugs are just rock. Oh my god. Ah, yes, the virus. Very cool. Very cool. Welcome, welcome. I'm just gonna go through this. Okay, anyways, today's agenda is mostly just to finish this thing off. And I am somewhat ready to introduce my next character. She is a little bit trickier to handle, but I'll talk more about her later, I think. Let's just say the themes got a little bit heavier than I was anticipating. So I'm still trying to dial it back a little bit, maybe. So who is this? It's got like, I see years, I think of Frieren, especially recently. But it looks kind of like Mahito from JJK. Also kind of has the Unohara vibes from Bleach. Also like, what? I have no idea who this is. Maybe it's OC, maybe it's from like Chinese. I just need to confirm what this is. Oh, okay, maybe it's their own OC then. Since it's just a bird. Oh man, but this is such a great study, hang on. This is from Dungeon Meshi? This right here? Oh, I see the characters now. Did they... I think? Do I see the characters? I mean, it does kind of look like Marcel. I forgot what her name was. Is this supposed to be Senshi then? And then we have the... Wait, sorry, who is this? What's the guy's name? And then the warrior guy. This is like the thief guy. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be. The guy likes elves, huh? Or the girl? The artist. Oh man, these are really good for like practicing. Like this is so simplified, but it's got all the necessary muscle tones. Like it's... Have we not been here before? Am I hallucinating? I don't think we were here before. I mean, I might have been here before, but probably not on stream, I don't think. Is that right? I don't remember what the individual characters' writing was like. Actually, the chances of the artist being female is pretty high, is it? Because of all the muscles. Simplest representation, right? The clean sequence. Yeah, this is probably a really important milestone to be able to do something like this, I think. If you just take out the lines, I wonder how it will look like if you take out the lines here. If the shading is enough to carry. Like some of these parts here, I wonder if it will hold if it has no lines. But anyways, I am liking the simplicity of it all, and especially because there's a lot of muscle rendering here and stuff. I feel like that's a good study right here. It's not gonna take a lot of time, and it has a lot of good technical stuff. And I get to figure out like exactly how much blurring he's doing, or she's doing, or they're doing with all of these soft edges and hard edges, what the difference is. I swear to God, if I go to the next picture and it's just a giant dick in my face. It's interesting that they rendered like some of these things, but not like the very like border of this, right? Like because the legs is not these are not flat. They're not catching light this evenly, I don't think. Especially the light is coming in from such an angle here. I wonder why they don't just add this part too and this part too. It looks oddly rendered and not rendered at the same time, if you know what I mean. Because like all these muscle renderings, like these more intricate, more detailed forms, is not necessarily that common, I think. I don't really see that often. Especially in simplistic styles like this. But yet, it is there, but yet like the other ones are not, you know. It's like the other ones on the side. Oh yeah, anyways, thanks to Vey. Sorry, who's this so? Is this Arknights? Man, at this point I basically have no idea what's going on in all the other games anymore. I see Arknights Anvil has gotten Arknights a lot of good publicity. I see them trending on Twitter and stuff. It's nice. Oh, what is this? Huh. This is kind of surprising to me because like the whole like these shapes are not like everything else has been so clean so far, you know, like I guess this is their version of the sketch, like kind of how we do the colors ones, and then we have like these nonsense over here. It just feels so clean, right? Everything is so clean. And then once you get to the sketch, all of a sudden even the some of the like shading here has like this texture on it. With very big pieces of like what's the word, like noise in them. So it looks kind of dirty, you know, maybe that's the intention. But then the hatching as well. Very surprising. Hello, Uni. Sundunk crossover. I have no idea who these characters are. Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't watch Slam Dunk. Anyways. Yeah, but they've got this really good video thing on on the kneecap specifically. So if you guys want to take a look, I'll send the link again. I've seen this trend before. I mean, it's got 3 million views over here. I've seen this trend before on Twitter. It's just very intense because it's got like all these muscle over here, how they connect to the bones, and then like where the kneecap is, and then also the deformations of the muscle slightly over here as it bumps up. Very interesting. They appear to have this sort of class or something. This seems to suggest that it's a class. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I can do a little bit more for you guys here. Oh my god, caps lock. Why is it not working? What? First, how do you switch it? Oh wait. Oh, I see. I messed up the... Oh my god. Are you serious? I messed that up? Very curious. Very disappointed. Honestly, like if you guys, if anyone's learning Mandarin, I 100% pity you guys. Like it's so much worse than Japanese, not just because everything is kanji, but because they really like to swap kanji out. Sorry, they really like to swap like similar sounding words out for something else, and it gets super annoying super quickly for me, because I'm not really in this whole Chinese community that much. I can just read it, right? This is the wrong word. This is absolutely the wrong word for this. It's trying to say kita, like it's here in the past tense. This is meant to be the word that changes the word for coming to past tense, but they change it to the word spicy just because it has the same sound. Oh my god, like seriously. But there's this thing. This is the same kanji as before. So basically, I think they're doing a class or something, and it's the 6th season. And this yeah, this again. This is not supposed to be this word. This is meant to be register, but they changed this to, instead of the word for register, the first half of the word, they change it to I believe this is leopard or something. Yeah, great. Anyways, I don't actually know how you would get in, if I'm being honest. So it's already over, but how much is that? Divided by, what's the exchange rate right now? It's 500 bucks, so about 300 US dollars then, I think. 330, 340. I'm just gonna send this link. I don't know if it's gonna help anyone necessarily, but at least there's more information here if you guys want to explore it. But this is the same artist that is you know, what we have just seen, right? Like all these are their art. And oh, this is introducing all the different teachers. So it's not just one teacher. So we have another person by the name of Zane here, who clearly does more like character design, animation kind of vibe stuff, I guess. I'm not even gonna attempt to try to decipher that, but then yeah. Anyways, I'll send the link here. Sorry, I should have sent this first. This is TA. This is TA's work. They're trying to introduce the TA here. And the TA's got style, look at that. It's got personality in the art. This translated literally says evil leg hair for 10 meters. Like a 10-meter long evil leg hair is what it's saying. That's the guy's name, or the girl's name. Probably a guy's name, I would imagine. It's got some wild stuff. Man, it's very long. This is very long. What is this actually? Oh, look at that. They've got more videos too. It's only 7, but they've got like, what? Is this a hand one? Oh, I've seen this too. God damn. Look at that. Right, you can click on the pro. I mean, I don't have to teach you guys how to use websites, so you guys can probably figure that out. Yeah, so that's got like hand stuff too. And then it's got, what was that? What was the other one? Also, it's like the same video though. It's like 120 and 122. Oh, what is this? Oh yeah, I've seen some of these before. Honestly, this is probably on their Twitter as well, on the X as well. $177 comments. Oh, you have to log in here, so there's no choice. Oh my god, they're punching the muscles into the guy. Wow. Is that the dude? Is this the dude, or is this just a random like meme from another country or something? It is just a random meme, isn't it? It says Telecom Indonesia up there. Oh my god. Oh man, you gotta really enjoy this embracing of the memes. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted. This literally says, wait, where'd it go? Dude, the video literally said, loot body. Hey, where is it? Did it just play the... Oh my... What the... Oh my god, we're I'm in the Chinese short form video now. What the? Is that a poll in the middle of my video? Oh my god. Anyways, have fun, guys. The art side of you, Bilibili. I wonder. And yeah, I'm just doing like a no setup kind of sketch here, just to wake up here. Just trying to see if I can put stuff in the right shapes, in the roughly in the right area. Not too worried if it's bad. Oh, like it looks like Mob Psycho right now. What does Mob Psycho's head look like? Mob's head? Mob Psycho? Mob. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, this stays 100%. This stays here. Like a future version of myself is gonna chance upon this at some point in time as I go through all the different files. Inevitably. Maybe when I can't draw anymore down the line when I'm like really old or something. Oh, is that right? Oh man. It's been a while. No disrespect to the original cosplayer though. I guess it's not a cosplay, but the original model here. What was I doing? Oh, right. Very powerful stuff. I got very distracted. Where's he? Okay. Gonna chop and get this out of the way. Same layer, right? Yep. Okay. I can use the line weight to keep this line a little bit lighter here, maybe. Nice lag. Oh, new tech. Look at this. Let me see if we can draw the same stroke, but skip over just the bit here that is behind. In one stroke. Oh man, we just barely cannot. I think it's just the setting is just barely too sensitive or something. Oh, kind of works. Yeah, let's not make it too complicated. Yeah, where does it go, right? What happens on this side here? Good thing it doesn't. I don't need to color this. Like some of this stuff isn't really very well defined. I think it's very unclear as to how does it work physically. Just because I don't have a good idea, so it's not portrayed very well or at all. Yes, maybe I should have undo. Maika. It's kind of like for that now. necessary, I think. Let's try it. And step down here. I know, right? I've been there's no good way to justify this because it doesn't work like this. I thought maybe I can get like a, you know, a compromise where I have it sit on top of it a bit and then slide off the side. But I don't know how that would look like, and then I'm just like, oh. The right, our right, I imagine you're talking about? Having both makes zero sense. Oh, wait, hang on. If that's the case, because this hand comes forward. I mean, a little bit, right? I think this is lifted up a bit, so I think it should maybe cover this. This one, at least, I guess the shoulders might be, her hand maybe is pushing back. Actually, the perspective here is kind of jank, too. But, Dare I do it? Let me do it the other way, where I keep the one, the art, the history, so I can bring it back if I don't like it. Commit. Oh, oops. Man, character design is tricky, right? Because like her design is very simple, other than like the thing on the hair and the eyes being covered. I don't really know if there's anything else. If I change, I'm so worried that if I change all the clothing and stuff, it's not gonna look like her anymore. Actually, this one tucks underneath. This one is on top now. And then all of a sudden that is visible. I just follow the original here. And I guess it would just be like that. Now it looks kind of flat, right? So I think it should interact to some extent. I just don't know what the interaction will look like. Just give it a bit more presence, I suppose. Just a little bit more presence. Huh? Ah, it's alright. It's more of a sketch. It's not very tight at all. The things in there. It just yeah, it's a lesson that I need to learn, I think. It really doesn't look very nice with all these details here. It just looks very messy to me, I feel like. Bit too big. Ice puppy. The original target was meant to be this. I want it here. To a certain point. Then we just have stuff in here. Keeping her eyes closed to the original style was a lot so hard. Yeah. Yeah, basically just relying entirely on the head. It's the thing is, like, it's a bit tricky since the original artist who created this, I was speaking to her and she likes to give her a lot of outfits, and also there's a bit of change in hairstyle, there's a bit of change in certain features, and so on and so forth. And I was told that she can find the original sketch of the character, but then I think it might have been too long ago, and then she doesn't have it available. So I don't know which one is the one that is the, you know what I mean, like, right? Because there's so many versions of this character. Which one is the one that she considered as the original? The one that she did for the longest time, right? Drew for the longest time. So then, yeah, but at least we have the ahoge there. At least we have the ahoge there. That is, I think I'm fine. On the contrary, like, precisely because there's so many variations, I suppose. That, I suppose. Yum, yum, yum. I want to push the... I'm trying this to see if it makes sense. Oh, fuck. Oops. I forgot to... Oh, man. I forgot to do this part, dude. Ah, come on, man. At least make the... Oh, man. Oh, wait, but... Oh, hang on. I could have just... I could do it the lazy way, but... Eh. So dark, though. Yes, we'll find out. Let's hope that is the case. Honestly, you can push her just the front part of the hair out, so it becomes a bit clearer. The specific setup here, and therefore help with the character recognition as well here. I'm gonna try and sink the back hair into its own layer here. No way, that goes, right? So just let me get the borders here. Where do I even end though? I don't know. Could do it like this. Just work into this part here. Maybe. But it's very aggressive, I feel like. At the very least, I need to match this part then. I need to match all of these, I think. Oh, this should have been done earlier, but... I see. I should have tried this with a larger brushstroke first, just to see how it feels. And if I just take this part out. Bit of a too straight of an edge, but I think it's necessary. I feel like a little bit more layering here. Maybe this side could have been a little bit more fluid. Oh. Yeah, it kind of is a line there for no reason, but... Hello, Lord. Is that right? I mean, even if that's a troll, I have to search it up. Canada? SpongeBob exclusive... Sorry, unlock exclusive SpongeBob SquarePants meal at Burger King. 10 hours ago. Wow, Lord. What is this? Wait, sorry, it's a square bun? This... Didn't Wendy's do something similar? Cheesy coins? Hello? This is, yeah, this is very, Huh. Well, thank you, Lord. I'm sorry I doubted you, even for a split second. Burger King, huh? Look at that. Wait, there's a movie? Oh, sorry, is this an old one? No, it's 1 day ago. The Search for Square Pants. I remember, like, what was the other SpongeBob movie in the very past? The one with the Goofy Goober song. I think it's just called out the movie, perhaps. I had like a CD case, like a whole yellow plastic box with the CD in it. It had the strongest chemical smell I've ever smelled in my entire life. You can smell that thing from the next room over if you open the box. And that smell never faded, is the thing. Over the years, this was 2004. I don't know when I got the disc, but I'm pretty sure back in 2014, it was still like as strong as I remembered. It was really strong, that smell. I don't know what kind of chemicals they used to make the box. It was a very sweet smell. I remember. A new movie, huh? Burger King. Alright, I gotta find out where the closest Burger King to me is then. Actually, maybe I can get the people, my coworkers, to go there tomorrow for lunch. Oh, okay, it's not out yet. This week or the next. Unlike Wendy's. Oh my god. Already released today is $14.99 for the whole thing. Damn, Burger King, huh? I haven't had Burger King in a long time. I really like the mushroom stuff. It's like a mushroom gravy chicken patty thingy. Oh man, now I'm hungry again. Wait, can I order on... wait, hang on. Can I just Uber this right now? Hello? Can I... Can I do like a very streamer-like thing where I just eat it and review it right now? Wait a second. Burger King. Burger King American Burgers, okay. It's pretty far though. It's very far actually. I apparently live in the middle of nowhere. That's not true, but... Oh yeah, look at it! SpongeBob's Krabby Whooper is right here. Mr. Krabs Cheesy Coins. Gary Strawberry Swirl Sundae. Iris Sparkling Pineapple Float. And the Bikini Bottom Bundle, which is like... everything together, I guess. Oh man. I don't think I'm dead hungry. And my throat has been acting up. Dare I do it? Okay, what's in the bundle? Let me see. It's got the Whooper. It's got the Sundae. Okay, the Sundae is not gonna last, man. That's way too far for the Sundae. 8-piece cheesy coin. And the sparkling float on a pineapple themed box. I mean, if I were to get it, I have to get the whole thing, right? I need the box. So I'm not that big of a SpongeBob fan, but you know, if I were to do this, I would kind of have to do that, right? Like, oof. But the Sundae, man, the Sundae is gonna be a hot mess. If the guy, like, you know, bumps his bike or something, he's gonna hate me forever. No amount of tips is gonna cover that. I'm kind of hungry though. Okay, let me sit on this for a bit. I don't think I can eat that many. That much food right now. I'm also really tempted. Let me think about it. I think my coworkers are planning to go to like a Japanese restaurant tomorrow because we were talking about it today. Can you imagine going from that to freaking SpongeBob? That's like what, like 8 grown men buying like a freaking SpongeBob set, Bob set at the same time. Is there one? Okay, hang on. Where's the closest one right now? I'm wondering if I can get it for takeout tomorrow when I get back. On my way back. It's just kind of out of the way, I think. Where is that? Open in maps. What? This one right here? I don't think so. I've never seen it. Oh, look at that. Maybe I could get it if they don't sell out by the time I get back, get home tomorrow, I guess. Maybe I can eat that tomorrow instead. Yeah, there's like only... Oh my god. Anyways, I guess I'm kind of done with this. The original plan is to prep the character ref for my new character, but I didn't really finish that. I spent a good amount of time exploring the different themes in terms of character development themes, like in terms of story writing, right? And I've got everything down, but it is very heavy. The themes are very heavy and very explicit because it's dealing with a lot of stuff like abuse. It's dealing with a lot of stuff like trauma and stuff like that. So I actually don't know if this is even safe for work at all, safe for YouTube at all. So I probably not talk about it. Yeah. I think the initial sort of introduction will probably just be physical design, and that's probably about it. And some personality related stuff. But man, like I've spent like a good 2 hours just now, just like exploring all the different themes, trying to get ChatGPT to do some vetting in terms of like the portrayal of all these sort of trauma and the traumatic experiences, as well as the sort of the things that's left over, like how a person might behave given this sort of background, and so on and so forth. And I got it to vet a lot of the ideas. I got it to chain some of the ideas together. So it's a little bit more clean, I think. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not quite ready for all those things to be released just yet. But if, in terms of sketching, I think I've done one sketch the other time. Over here. And so this is the character sheet, I think. Well, not I think. This is what it is. She's a bit of a mismatch of a bunch of different physical design elements, right? And I hope this doesn't count as not safe for work. I just haven't had time to. I think the clothing design and everything I do want to just do on stream, because it's gonna take too much time if I do it offline to explore all the different ideas here. I am just going to move in some basic information here. Oh. I want to make like a proper sheet down the line, but we do have to sort this out. Also, like, there are some things that I do have to fix as well, I think. I never quite gotten around to fixing it just yet. But there's some proportion issues. Like, I didn't really check the, what's the best way to do this? I need, let's just use a block here. Yeah. And I need to rescale the head to body ratio. This is not the right ratio, for sure. To fix this. Two. Other sequence ideas. I don't know if this is... Yeah, no, that's probably fine for now. Anyways, I imagine the design will change slowly over time as I spend some time exploring. Oh, I didn't try change the logic on that side here. So I'm trying to vet this. The document that I have open off the screen here has everything. I'm just trying to vet to make sure that I don't bring anything too explicit in at the moment here. I want a very bare bones section so that it doesn't be too cluttered, because there's gonna be a lot of words. I think there's like thousands and thousands of words in this document here. I'm gonna just nuke some of these extra stuff because it's not very useful here. GPT had like a more concise thing, but I think oh, very nice, very relaxing. I want to make this a little bit more concise. I don't know how to do it at the moment. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Oops. Yeah, everything else is probably... I think this is probably it for like the basic information. I think, okay, this line is stupidly long. I don't know where to start. I don't know how these things tend to go. But just a brief overview, I suppose, right? Her name is Faye, and the reason for the name is there's a whole lore going on behind the back for the name itself as well. And then yeah, the other information pretty basic, but then the main thing is that she's not she's gonna be sort of made in a lab kind of sort of vibe, and that is tied very closely to the lore behind, as well as the sort of world building. I think at this point the world building is not very clear still, but I feel like as I'm introducing more characters, the world is slowly gonna build itself, because in order for some characters to come in, the world has to be a certain way. I think my philosophy isn't that, like, because I think it's more logical if you maybe have the world design first, you do the world setting, you do the world building, and then you put characters in there, and then you see how they interact and sort of navigate this world. But I think for me, the characters themselves are created for specific purposes, and which means rather than having them interact with the world that already exists, I'm gonna build the world around the character so the characters can stay true to what I need them to be. And specifically for her, it is more on the darker themes, I think. More on the darker themes. Okay, yeah, like so I have this part here in terms of why the character is created. I think I was talking to George before that it's interesting because my whole sort of game plan is to make stuff for my own character for Ria. But at some point, I'm not gonna be on this earth anymore. And if the story manages to be left behind in some capacity, in someone else's memory or whatever, I don't want her to just kind of be by herself, right? Like, even if I build a world around Ria, if we sort of stop showing her love through actively drawing her, I feel like she'll end up being alone again. So a big part of this character is actually just to sort of love Ria on my behalf, so that even if I'm not here, if people want to draw certain characters, there is still an element of love directed to my main character here. So there is part of that. The other thing is that there are times where you want to draw certain ideas, but it doesn't really fit a specific character, right? And you can either make the character be out of character, you know, OOC, and have them be part of that theme anyways, or you can create other characters or use other characters for that purpose. And I think for her, it's mostly kind of a sort of redirection for some of the, shall we say, more explicit energy and content. And also in terms of, I think in terms of some of the more furry elements as well. Because she has a lot of weird makes of different things. Yes, Uni. I'm just in the process of sort of going through my thought process behind the creation. Because she is a little bit out there, and I don't know how she's gonna get received, especially with some of the themes behind being like stuff like abuse, physical, emotional, and also SA, right? And then also there's going to be a lot of themes around like self-harm and also suicidal thoughts and that kind of stuff. We have you know, I wouldn't necessarily say it's entirely based off of myself. There are some elements that I do base off of myself to make sure it's more grounded and it makes sense, right? It's just like turned up to 11 a little bit more. But some of the, so, for example, self-soothing mechanisms, coping mechanisms, some of the episodic sort of outbursts, some of the more sort of heavier themes, right, of life, she's kind of the sort of the representation of all that. But yeah, anyways, so the character is created to represent different ideas that I need to have them represent, right? And then they take away sort of certain influence from Ria, so Ria can stay as neutral as possible, so I can let Ria develop by herself, right? And all of these sort of other energy and ideas will basically be funneled. All the darker stuff will be funneled to this character. Yeah, she's basically kind of like a sinkhole for a bunch of different stuff that I don't want Ria to get affected by. But then at the same time, she's also going to herself be funneling some attention back over to Ria. So it's kind of weird, but like I think it's kind of vague. I'm trying to not talk about some of the other stuff too much just because I'm not 100% sure if it's good for YouTube or not. Like most of the ideas and the themes and the setup and all the lore has already been decided. I don't think I will be changing it. It's more of just a good way to present it so that it's not offensive, so that it respects the sort of boundaries and themes that's being portrayed. Stuff like trauma, body dysmorphia, things like this is a little bit tricky to present. So yeah, I'm still kind of treading water here just to see how it feels. In the beginning, for the most part, this character will just be a new physical design that I can experiment with. And yeah, some of the lore and stuff, that's not going to be relevant for a long time, because that's going to take some time. That's going to take some time for everything to slowly build itself out. I think in the creation of this character, I've sort of fleshed out the world a little bit more. And I still have 2 more characters other than Ria that I need to bring into existence here. And as I bring more characters in, through the character's point of view and through their stories, I can then start to make the world a little bit more concrete that way. And as the characters come together, there will naturally natural interactions, so on and so forth, that would then help the world building and story development and all that. So that's the current plan. Right. Let me see. I don't think I've missed anything. All the other stuff would probably just be brought out over time. Right. Yeah, I think that's probably true. So I think at this stage here, to really finish this character off, I need to do a few things. I mean, for one, she needs to have some clothes. For 2, I think probably some quick sketches in terms of exploring the character's personality. Those kind of things would be nice. There is another document that has more rougher stuff, but it's got some explicit stuff in it, so I cannot open it up on stream. Right, I don't really know. Okay, so what do I want to work with here? Yeah. Oh, I can review some sort of story. Actually, you know what? I think actually that's a good point. I don't think you said anything, George, by the way. I mean, you said her name. I think so. Her name is tied to the lore of like how she got that name is part of the lore. So let me see. I need something a little bit simpler, right? So the lore itself is very long that I have here. I just need to simplify it a little bit. Let me write something up real quick so that I know it's coherent and consistent here. Oh, I see. Because you guys like everything. Like in terms of context, I have not talked about any of this at all. Posted the pic in Discord. Oh, okay. Top 0. Yes, thank you, Uni. You're not just a top 0.1% viewer, but you're probably also like top 1%, well, what's the word, like chatter and contributor. What's a good word here? I guess it wouldn't be weird. I mean, if oh, I see. YouTube told you a recap is ready. Man, I get so many emails from YouTube and Twitch saying this and that. It's not very helpful, I think, in my part. It's not that interesting because I only use this account to stream. All the other stuff that I watch is on my other very old account that was made back in 2007 or something, 2008. It's like, oh, on your phone? No, okay. Sorry, I'm just writing some of the, like a very short sort of summary of the lore here. Okay. Oh, wait, you know what? Let me just do this. Can I get it to rep? I forgot how this works. What takes precedence here? What? Hello? Where'd I go? Oh, shit. I think I'll put this here, and then I'll dupe this. And then on this one, I'm going to nuke the bottom half. For the other one, I'm gonna nuke the top half. And then I'll just shift this over. Because this is shorter, so I can fit it in here. And this one, now that it's here, I can move it a bit over. Yes, so in terms of her quick summary, I think like she's gonna be a character that's more artificially created for loot purposes. I think I don't want to explain too much about that. I think you guys can figure that one out. Just because we're on YouTube. I think if on Twitch, I'll probably talk more about it. So, you know, some elements of abuse, some elements of trauma. Eventually, she got out. And she got picked off the streets by a few operators. I think in this part, I haven't really figured this part out yet. At some point, this would probably change. But you guys, as a mental model, if you guys are familiar with Arknights, you guys can just pretend that it's in Arknights universe. Because I think my mind is stuck on Arknights at this point. Until new characters come in and I can start to figure out like what the main conflict in the world is, right? Like Arknight's main conflict is like the stupid rock. And what was Blue Archive and all the other gacha games conflict? I'm not 100% sure. Genshin is trying to follow one main character through their story. And through various different conflicts. So it's not like one specific conflict. But anyways, at some point in time, she has this weird obsession, a fixation with Rhea. for whatever reason, you know, for lore reasons, of course. I know the reason, but for whatever reason. And then in order to get her to sort of just chill out, you know, gave her a plushie in exchange for Ria's freedom, temporary freedom. And then she started developing a more unhealthy obsession because we're talking about a character who has been um how about like basically isolated, basically sort of like the old, like the very tragic kind of backstory, right? So if you have someone who is just really isolated, really kind of messed up in the head, you give them something that they can latch onto, they will latch onto that like crazy. So that's kind of the idea. And as she latches onto this plushie and then develop this unhealthy obsession, which has how do I say this? It is a very nice way of putting that. And then she started making her own experimenting. And then if we go with the Arknight sort of world building, right, you have maybe homeless kids, orphans that need sheltering. So she basically kind of I wouldn't necessarily say found a purpose in doing this. I don't think she actually cares in terms of like really wanting to contribute. That one of her main character sort of conflicts is just that she really doesn't want to be alive anymore. But because of the things that has happened, because of the people that has chosen to spend their lives helping her, she feels like it is not. She doesn't want to even if she has given up on herself, she doesn't want to make the contributions and sacrifice that other people have done worthless. So she's just kind of in like limbo. But then at least through this interaction, she kind of have a little bit of purpose in the whole sort of organization that we have here. And through this interaction with others who may or may not have suffered similar things like herself, maybe there's a bit of healing, maybe there's a bit of stabilization mentally from that sort of angle. And then the kids started calling her a fairy because she's always giving gifts, right? For whatever reason. I mean, I don't have to justify why kids call her fairy, I think. Actually, I don't remember if I think I gave her the name first before the backstory. Like, a lot of these things, I guess, is a little bit backwards. Because the physical design came first. The reason for her creation came first. And then some of her sort of stats and name came first. And then some of the stuff then start to get built up naturally behind the scenes. Just because of certain elements that need to be present. Like, if I'm giving her, like, a fishtail with, like, wings and stuff, I need to be able to justify that somehow. And this is the easiest way. And like in terms of being artificially created, that makes it the easiest way. And but yeah, anyways, that's how her name became Faye at the end of the day, just because of this interaction. I think up to that point in time, I forgot to mention and then think about it, but I don't think she has a name. But she would still need to be referred to as somehow, right? Because that's how it works. So I probably need to think about that too. Oh man, I wish I can talk more about this. I don't know how comfortable everyone is with these kind of themes. YouTube is definitely not gonna like some of the words I would say. So maybe some other time in Discord, if we have the chance, I will go a little bit more in depth and see what people think. Because I kind of like some of the themes that's going on. I think it's pretty relatable, at least for myself. And also, there's a lot of you know how like in life, there's a lot of things that you can draw parallels. Like you feel like certain things are progressing in a certain way, and then in some other places also progressing in a similar sort of pattern, but slightly differently, but just a very similar pattern. And I think, yeah, her herself, she's kind of okay, wait, hang on, can I bring this out? Let me think about this. I think some, okay, let me bring a little bit more stuff out. I think this part should be fine too, because in terms of, if, yeah, like, how do I say this? The initial release here, the whole point is to bring it to a point where people can draw, or at least I can draw her comfortably, while staying consistent with the character design, physical design, and also the story. So personality is a big part of that, right? And I think the character's internal conflicts is probably very important if we want to stay in character here. However, the themes here, can I simplify this, right? So Yeah, we don't. I don't think I'll go too in depth. Okay, maybe I can rephrase that. Oof, I need more space here. Man, there's a lot of text that's gonna come in here. Um, how do I even do this? Let me just get it on screen first. Oh, sorry, I probably need to... I'll just leave it like this. Oh, actually, yeah, there are some other stuff that I should put that's more related to physical feature here. Let me see. Ooh, I think we'll leave these guys out. Oh, this can go here, actually. Long. Oh, her birth? Okay, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I actually thought about that yesterday and I forgot because it's not a very important thing. Um, I need to backtrack because I believe her design was created on a very specific date, and I do remember it being July of 2023, I think. But I need to double check exactly which day and if I want to go with that because I don't know if I can use the birthday itself as a story element somehow. You know, maybe being born in a specific part of the year has... Oh, hello. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Billy, Bobby... I cannot read the rest of the word because it's too small on my OBS screen, but... welcome. Thank you for the follow. How come George's message got filtered? It doesn't show up on the chat. What's her birthday got filtered? What is the filtering doing? Huh. It doesn't show up on OBS. That means it's not on stream. That's interesting. Anyways, I just wanted to add it to the bottom here because like a lot of these personality traits that I have here, a lot of these likes and dislikes, they exist for a very specific reason. It's all tied to her lore. Every single one has a specific reason for it being there. And I think specifically for stuff like instant gratification and stuff like that, why she's always lazy, why she doesn't care, is because for the most part she is more experimental in her design. So we're going for like a sci-fi world, a setting where cloning and for like sort of artificially created beings are possible, but like something that is a bit more mixed. For example, like if you're mixing a bunch of DNA and stuff, it's going to be a lot more experimental, right? And that's precisely what she is. And her being in that way has given her some other benefits by maybe like in terms of the one that I can talk about that is not safe for work. It's just that she's more, let's say for example, better at regenerating, right? In terms of being more durable, physically being more durable. But the irony is that because of all these different elements in there, it is inherently unknown and likely unstable. So it's more of like a she might just drop dead any moment kind of sort of deal. And Via is constantly monitored for some other reason, right? There's some other lore reason. But for her, she's monitored because she might just drop dead and people might need to intervene. And also she's monitored for some of the other issues that she has, like episodic outbursts and stuff like that. That might need a little bit of an intervention if she cannot solve it by herself. But yeah, this is why there's a lot of this sort of instant gratification focus, where she just goes for the greedy approach, right? Because if she doesn't do it now, she might not be able to do it tomorrow. She might not be here tomorrow, that kind of vibe. So all her decision making is generally more related to just reward now kind of thing. So for her, she doesn't think in terms of any sort of future, right? She also doesn't really want to think about future. She doesn't want to think about the present either. She just want to be detached from reality, just kind of go about in this sort of days of just existing but not really wanting to exist, and just seeking out pleasure whenever she can. And that's kind of the whole character, right? And if she doesn't do this, right, she would have her trauma come back, because then she starts to think about stuff that she shouldn't be thinking about, that doesn't help her. And because of all these previous issues as well, she is very distant. She doesn't want to talk to people. She doesn't want to be talked to either, right? So she's setting up all these barriers, so no one can really help her. She has her own sort of management system where she keeps things at bay, and it's not necessarily healthy, but it keeps her alive, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of interplaying sort of themes here. And how do I say this? Like, yeah, I don't know if I can expand on that. It's just kind of that. I think that's everything. But anyways, in terms of that, I think character internal conflicts wise, right? There's definitely a good big part of her just wanting to have it all end, but she doesn't want to waste the efforts that people have spent on her, because from her point of view, you know, she would love for it to end, but then the people that she used to care for, that actually helped her, the only people that did help her, spend their time helping her, right? Like, and then she thinks that it's gonna be a waste. I don't know if survival skill necessarily is part of this, so I'm gonna put a semicolon instead, just to suggest that it is not necessarily the reason why, but this is just part of the same point, same bullet point. That's it. And let me see. Oh, this is a really long point. How do I summarize this? I'm just gonna say it like this. So is it who or whom? Shit, grammar. Whom she hates, but it's those though, right? Is this supposed to be singular? Anyways, I just leave it at that actually. This one I'm not sure yet. I need to, I'm trying to be very accurate with the language, but I'm not 100% sure. I think primarily it's these themes here. I get the feeling I'm missing something. Like the document got too long and I wrote it in 3 separate places. It took like 3 hours of getting ChatGPT to sort of sort everything out, and then make sure I didn't lose anything. But I think in the latest rounds of fixing, I think I might have lost something still. But yeah, I think in general it would be just this. I don't know if it's necessarily cringe or if like the design and everything is good objectively. I just have a very specific reason for her to be the way she is, and I just needed to get it out. I think that's what her entire purpose is. So as a sort of, you know, breaking the fourth wall kind of reason. Lower reason is not very important. What else is there? Actually, how do you spell anchor? Goddamn. Fit all this document in here? That's kind of crazy. How am I supposed to fit all this in here? Lock. Oops. I think that's everything. Like there are some other design related stuff, but I haven't really sorted out. I was thinking about the 5 senses, because if you're designing a character, wouldn't it be interesting if you tie down everything? Like, I don't know if you guys are aware, like Nijisanji has sold like sort of perfumes for some of the VTubers, right? And the perfumes were created specifically in their image. I imagine there's some preferences of the original VTuber themselves, but then it's got like some weird scent that sort of ties in with what they like, as well as the design and so on and so forth. And I think it's an interesting approach into a character design, where you don't just think of like things that they like or don't like, but you think of everything in terms of the 5 senses, right? What they like to see or don't like to see, like to smell or don't like to smell, or what they might smell like, right? That's all these kind of things. And in a vacuum, it sounds kind of creepy, like what the character smells like. But I think, you know, like if the character smells like a specific thing, it could be for a very specific reason, right? Like, I was thinking I'll probably have like Ria smell like wood or something, like trees and forests and wood, because maybe she likes to be in that kind of environment and she just picks up the smell naturally. So I think it's an interesting vector for checking out, like, hey, maybe the character has this quirk, maybe the character has this preference. And then let's say Ria really does like being in the forest, then we can explore into why, right? Maybe she just kind of hates the concrete jungle. Then why does she hate the concrete jungle? And then like the whole story in the world just kind of starts building itself, especially as more characters comes in to play. The interaction between the characters kind of forces the story to develop in a specific way. That's why I think like having characters be the source of truth, you know, like the single source of truth. It's like math have these axioms and things that are the source of truth, that is the basis for every single mathematical proof, and then you slowly build up from there. For us, it will be the characters themselves, because that's the most important part for the stories and world building for me. Is the characters have to stay true to who they are because of the reason for their creation. And then everything after that is just a natural development process. So Faye here is probably Faye and the other two, they're gonna probably be pretty hard to design, because, you know, as I'm going through all these different ideas and stuff, I'm gonna see the possibilities of the world that will be created as a result of me deciding certain things. But then if I can tie their character design to real life experiences and like the specific reason for their creation, then I know that, hey, you know, I never thought about this world's design and setting, but it seems like that's where we're going in order to keep everything true, and then that's where we're going. It also naturally means that the earlier the character gets created, the more impact they have on the world, right? Like, because once she is in here now, being made in the lab, artificially created, we have locked in the sort of technology, right? Not just in terms of how advanced it is, right? That we can actually do genetic modification and cloning and stuff like that as part of the world, but also how not advanced it is, right? Because she clearly has flaws in her biology. And if that's the case, that means the technology is also not that advanced yet, right? And all of these have implications in terms of other industries and other technology sectors, and everything kind of starts to fall in place. And I think that's kind of cool. That because world building has been really hard. Like, I cannot decide on things, right? How do I decide on you know, what I want it to be amongst all of these different things? And like, you can decide everything. It's like when you're drawing as well, you can decide on the colors, the textures, the theming, the number of characters, everything. So it comes back to why you want to create it. And I think, yeah, in that case for me it would be for the characters. So we'll approach it this way. So yeah, she's a bit of a mismatch. She has a lot of dark themes, right? She has a lot of bad stuff. The next character will be the opposite. So she will be the purest character that I can create, that I can reasonably put into this world without conflicting with what we have here. And then they will have their own sort of internal conflicts and stuff, which I'm going to probably start to think about. Like, Faye's idea took quite a while. It took like, because her original design was back in 2023, which means that over the past 2 years, it's kind of sort of, I've kind of thrown different ideas out and see what's stuck. I'm hoping the next one wouldn't take that long because I have a better idea of the process now, and also some of the exploration process. But anyways, this here will be my main set of sheets for her for now. And yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. The idea was to, so that now that her design I can draw, I can explore different clothing, different color combinations, and start to figure out color, because her colors are very hard to work with. It's got very dark stuff and very light stuff, right? So in order to stay true to the character, you kind of have to keep things, like, keep that contrast. But having that contrast there is kind of distracting, I think. Similarly to how we have, how I'm having issues with keeping things clean here. There's just too many things contrasting, and it makes it really hard. I think for her, any clothing design should probably stay simple in terms of colors. Maybe you can have frills and stuff still. I don't know if, like, lore-wise she will like that. There's some stuff, there's still things that I need to figure it out. But colors-wise, it would be really hard to work with her colors. And that's why I think it's interesting to have a very opposite character, where the colors are super simple, the theme is super pure, and very on the innocent side of the spectrum, where the conflicts are not necessarily trivial, but it's going to be a little bit more lighthearted and relatable in a different dimension, in a different aspect. And then maybe for that character, we can have more sort of interesting clothing just by nature of the design being simple. And then so we can capture all the different things. I'm trying to be as efficient as possible, so all the different characters capture a different sort of thing. Actually, wait, did I? No, the proportions are still kind of janky, I think. I think quite sorted out. I want to pull her body a little bit longer. I think the proportion is not very suitable for her height. Alright, anyways, that's kind of the introduction, I think. There's a lot of me ranting, it's just kind of going through some of the thought process. It's not very organized, I think, my thoughts yet. Not as organized as it could be, at least not in terms of presentation like this. The notes themselves are kind of clear, I think. Anyways, so the original plan was to sort of use the character then, I guess, right? You take her design, take her personality, and sort of explore different emotion scenarios, I guess, stuff like that. But I'm at a little bit of an impasse because in order to really expand on the idea, I need to figure out how much I need to, I'm intending to publicize here, basically. What is that? Let's see. That's not simple, I think, because I'm in a bit of a daze right now. I think it's a little bit hard to rely on like trying to get a feel for what I want to do, because I don't know. I'm thinking I can just go back to expressions and emotions for now. Let's say primarily in black and white. Let me see. Right, I need to reconnect the lines here. Hang on. Is there anyone on Twitch here? Anyways, what are you talking about on the Twitch, by the way, for the credit card? George. Actually, give me a second here. I think there are some sketches that I can bring over. Yeah, I haven't quite sorted out all these things yet. Yeah, that document. Style exploration. The original document, right? And that's the even more original one, so we can cancel that. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna export some files out for referencing here. Oh, I see, George. Interesting. Oof. Number 2. Angles. I think I got this, right? That was number 1. The waistline one, that one is I also don't know how I'm going to, if I'm going to share some of these things, like in terms of like sending out, how do I say, uploading a illustration, right? Uploading the sheets and stuff. I think I'll just let the idea float around for a bit first, and see exactly where this character is gonna go first, because depending on how it goes, I may or may not want to keep it a little bit more separate from the main account here. Okay. 1, 2. Check. What are these layers here? Oh, I see. They're the expansion on that. That's fine. That is still in progress. And then it's just this, right? I think. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's 2 more. Okay, I see. That's fine. Okay. Oh shit, I click cancel. Goddamn. Oh. 1, 2. Delete this. Not save. This I do need to save. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, that reminds me. Sorry, I'm just slowly remembering some of the stuff that I wanted to mark down because some of the things are not decided yet. Her original design is more on the furry side, so her body was not skin colored. It would have been the same sort of gray, purplish gray that goes across everything. And then there was a secondary color. Oh well, that's the secondary color that sort of goes around. And the very typical sort of body pattern that you would see furry characters have. Kind of like in the middle and stuff. I forgot if it went this way or not. I don't think it did. I think it was just like this. But in that design, right, like the underside of the hands and the underside of the feet had like a lighter coloration. I forgot what color it was. Oh, because the original had gradients too, yeah. Actually, I'm still not sure about the gradient. Maybe I should bring the gradient back, but I do have to decide on what's going on with the underside here. We'll lock that in. The okay, so that is that. If I want to explore facial expressions, I probably need to restart. Yeah, I need to restart my brain here. I'm gonna try and explore a bit more on the really annoyed side, the grumpier side. Which is what this is here. I was kind of looking for references. Let me see. Ah, here is the original that I have here. What? Why does this tab say erotic? What is this Pinterest tab? Actually, I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for it. Okay. too loud. What was that, man? Oh yeah, actually, where is that? Oh right, right. Put it up. What is paint 7 in this one? Oh, that's fine. Actually, you know what? Keep alignment. Thank you. Put the target there. Here. Yeah. I wonder how it would work if you have to draw the face around it, right? Like, I kind of like these sketches. The width of the pen is really good for the eyes, because it's like 2 lines, and it's thick enough with a little bit of a white line in the middle, and it sort of leaves enough contrast for visual interest, but still has enough impact to sort of to have enough presence here. It's a very effective sort of setup. Wait, didn't I bring it in? I did, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was not quite a fit, is it? Still need an angular angle ref, I think. Just gonna get moving for a bit. Oh my god. Holy. Just jumps out this. Easy. Wait, did I? Did I take out the opacity setting? Why is it so dark actually? No, it is still there. Huh. I guess it's just actually thick enough. How big does it? Yeah, it's like, I see, it's about this level of zoom and everything. Even more actually. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. I'm not guaranteed. think I'm just gonna get this set up for colors, I think. Just get some simple lines in here. Yes, I do want to explore colors as well with this one. I don't know what is it I'm hoping to achieve here. I'll take a brief look. 150,000. Oh wait, I've been here. I poop every day as a... I imagine that's healthy. Why do they... Okay, this, I don't know if this sounds rude, but like I'm wondering why they have so many followers. Because like usually it takes, you know, explicit stuff. Is it because of the VTubing and I guess consistent high frequency posting perhaps? Okay, this makes more sense. Right, thank you, Uni. I actually don't remember what we were talking about. I know you mentioned... Wait, I vaguely remember you mentioning. But anyways, oh, artist for FGO, I think that that definitely explains why. Because I'm expecting either someone like Ask, who every single piece has super crazy rendering and very polished, very clean, very masterful, or someone who has just showing a lot of skin. Tends to be the ones that are approaching the really, well, above like 500k or something. Or all the really high frequency ones, like IXI. Although I'm guessing maybe they were pretty famous before they already got there, but anyways. It's like I don't know if these are sketches or these are like considered like, I imagine these are more like sketch kind of vibes. Yeah, like more sketch kind of vibes. I'm just wondering where the looking for the really polished ones, like these ones. Wait, these are, wait, hang on. This is Nijisanji, right? Or is that just a chemical character that looks similar? Did Lizzie did a cover on this? Oh yeah, okay, they did. Oh, this is Hayato? Oh man, I cannot recognize him. Recently they made a VTuber that Nami was for a while the space girl. Oh, like the song that we listened to, like Tsukumo-sana, as in Hololive, Space Girl, she was space themed. I didn't know that. Somehow. I guess I didn't. Okay, what? I didn't recognize the style. Huh. I see, yeah. Yeah, this would be a natural step in between everything. So okay. Yeah, if we can do something like this would be great. Like the way we're pumping out the sketches with this amount of color and in shape interest and all that. Even if the lines are not polished, that would be a very important milestone. Because from then on, like the process is just gonna be so much more enjoyable. Character design, you say? I haven't seen. Okay, I don't. Uh, I probably scrolled past a bunch because I don't really know. Like these are character designs I imagine. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. Yeah. It looks like it would be. Yeah. It'll be shown on Twitter. Oh, okay. Was this the? Anyways. Oh, okay. They're really they're everywhere. In Genshin as well. I don't know if there will be a collector somewhere with all the designs and stuff. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, I thought it would just list it out too. A lot of metals, huh? A lot of metallic items here. Every character thus far has something metallic. Hmm. Wonder if that's just because of the character's theme and stuff, or he just really likes. They just really like metals. It is very eye-catching though. This one doesn't have as much. They softened the curves for the previous character too. Yeah, I don't know what to think about character design still. I think I need to do a little bit of it to be able to understand. I think it's really hard. Like, I think people see the design, they can kind of guess and get a feel for the character. But a lot of the elements like I'm seeing, I don't know how to make use of it. I don't know how to think about it. Is there a character that you really like, by the way, Uni? Oh, whoops. I nuked the wrong page. Give it back. Thomas Edison? Hello? Wait, what is FGO's, What? Okay, I'm guessing they didn't reimagine the Thomas Edison, the editor. Sorry, the editor, the inventor. Did they? I mean, it's kind of electric themed. My god. What is the world design like setting for FGO? America? America indeed. But a big Bara, like furry character is not what I'm expecting. No Nobunaga Avenger. Oh, I see. What's this, Imperial Japan kind of vibes? Gotta flip through the Ascensions? What is Ascension? Yeah, I'm so lost. Like stage 1, I guess different stages is what you're referring to. This character has 3 different ascensions. Man, the artists get to make a lot of money. Every character comes with 2 additional things that they have to draw as well. How about I just go to Google here? I don't know if it's on this. Surely it's on this page, right? How can it not be on this page? Comment from Illustrator. Kinda drew a bunch. Alright, let me just search Google then. Keeps going through the images. Like at the bottom here. What's this? I only 2 here. No, I feel like we're already out of it. Like, there's like only 2 images on this page, I think. I can't go the other way, right? Yeah, they just don't have it, it looks like. Because it says stage 1. It very clearly states stage 1 here somewhere. But it doesn't have any other of the numbers. So I'm guessing it's not here for some reason. Oh. Oh, yeah. Here you go, here you go. This is better. So stage 1 was where we were at. I kind of like the textures, actually, in the back. Is she what? Is she growing up or something? How does the proportion changed, right? I think. Anyways, I probably need more context with FGO. I don't even know. It's okay, Uni. You don't have to explain it, by the way. I probably should look it up. FGO was like this really big thing that I've no idea about. I just have no idea what's happening. Is this drawn by the same artist? It looks a bit different. Right. As in, like, I can kind of guess from the name. I just don't really know what the premise of FGO is supposed to be. Like, why are they fighting? But it's okay, Uni. I can just get, like, ChatGPT to give a brief overview. Just in case, but they give cool lore reasons. I see. God damn it. Oh yeah, okay. I remember something about summoning. And I remember some of the names. I guess okay, so they are just summoning Face and I to restore human. Okay. Wait, 2016? 2016? Sorry, is this franchise created in 2016 or is it like really old and then they thought like 2016 was a far enough number? Or maybe they just want it to be relatable. So okay, so that's how they get all the different. Man, it's basically created to be yeah, to create it for all these different characters and designs and everything. You have the entirety of human history. You have different timelines of this human history. And 2016 is when the game started. Oh, I see. So there is kind of a story that happens. Okay. This is my entire job, by the way. Like at work, this is all I do. I do a lot of random research. I just get ChatGPT to cite everything. In general, if you ask it to brainstorm on ideas on how to research first, and ask it to execute that plan, and then you keep a very tight hold on the sources. Actually, the information and everything is really good. You just need to make it really verbose. But anyways, I'm not gonna read all that. Like, I want a much shorter version. So Type Moon is a Japanese studio. Okay, you see, this is so good. Nasuverse is because the guy is called Nasu. Oh my god, okay. A series Insight where mages summon heroic spirits to fight the Holy Grail Wall. Okay. Own timeline alternate universe using the same concept. So is it just not reconciled at all? They just want to explore different versions of the same story? So shared magical rules. One set of story within that multiverse. A time-hopping story that pulls servants from many parallel worlds, acting as a crossover hub. Yes, because they want to make money, of course. Yeah, I should probably stop doing this. I'm gonna get sucked into this nonsense. Oh, okay. So that's what each one is. So each one is a very distinct timeline. Do they share characters? So they... Okay, yeah, like, okay, come on, man. Like, how is this not confusing, man? Okay. Okay, final question. Sorry, Uni, yeah. I'm trying to... 447 obtainable characters at this point. Oh my god, dude. Hang on. Sorry, well, like, so people are pooling characters because... Well, I imagine it's because they like the design then, right? Damn, he is huge for Napoleon. Is there any historical accuracy at all? Like, is it just like, because it feels like it's kind of anything goes. Like, very loosely themed, right? At least in the same culture, I feel like. Oh, is that right? Okay, that is very impressive. Isn't he kind of light for this stature? 92? With 190? Anyways, okay, every time I search something, I just get new questions. What is this weapon? So my freaking pen is like stuck here. Right, yeah, like this, like that thing is huge. Can you actually lift that up? I guess you could if you generate the torque with like your hands. But anyways, yeah, this is a insane rabbit hole. Are you playing? Do you play, Uni? You seem very knowledgeable. Sorry, I closed the tabs, right? So when I search it, I just get a flower. Because it doesn't have the FGO context. Okay. Okay. Hello? This is... Are these even vaguely related? Other than like the green moss? This kind of feels like anything goes, man. This is really, truly everything goes. 8 years? I played the story. Oh my god. Good stuff. Oh man. Did you spend any money on this? Because I heard the rates are really bad. $8 is a really long time, yeah. I like the quantifier. A little money. Well, better than me though. At least you're playing the game. Because I spend money sometimes to pull Arc Knights for no reason. Other than like, oh, it's an altar of a character that I used to know. I used to have and like. So let me just get her. But it's paid. Ah, yes, the Uma Musume. I saw that Uma Musume as well. Like, they give you like a guaranteed 3-star Uma Musume, but it has to be with the paid dollars, the paid crystals and stuff. I see, interesting. FGO, huh? I don't know anyone who plays FGO, I think, other than you. This will be the first person. I think most of my friends who do play gacha games are on the Arc Knights, and that's about it. At least the last I checked. I haven't talked to them in a while. Yeah, I haven't talked to them in a good... at least half a year. What, people who play FGO? Isn't like, Oh, really? Even like the Japanese side? Or do you just mean the NA side? Because I imagine it's still pretty big in Japan, right? Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, there's so many new gacha games now. My yeah, recently my coworkers and I have been talking about, well, they have been talking about gacha games. I kind of just stay out of it. Well, I stay out of most of the conversation just because I just I'm antisocial. But anyways, but they were talking about like gacha games where the gameplay is like Slay the Spire. You have like cards and stuff. You have to play the cards and build decks. There's also like this gacha game apparently where you have to like protect a train as it drives through different areas. I don't know what these are called. I forgot what the names are. But there's just so many like interesting variants for on coming out here and there. Are they never gonna run out of characters to make new characters with? Surely at some point they run out of historical figures and then they would just do new spins, I guess, on the characters they have already done, perhaps. 447, man. 1,000 was like the news and people can't believe this loser. Now it's like normal. Sure, Uni, are you what's the word? Are you aiming to become a character designer? I kind of forgot if that was your goal. Wouldn't it be cool if you can make a character for FGO? And they should just give the artists the characters that they design, like, just for free. Oh, I see. Oh, whoops. Oh my god, the autopilot. Yeah, like, actually, one of the questions I kind of want to ask, like, if we get the chance to interview this artist, right, that's coming up, hopefully, is, because looking at their Twitter, they clearly started off as fan art, I think, if I remember correctly. But, like, at some point in time, they pivoted over into getting commissions and stuff like that. I'm just curious, like, how did they exactly break it into the market, right? Because how do you go from taking personal commissions into just big, like, did he get approached or did he approach them? You know, I think that's a question I would definitely like to ask. Just to see what kind of pathway they took. And then if, yeah, okay, actually this is probably a good question for, like, all the VR chat artists that I can find as well. If I can find anyone who's currently doing anything big. I see. So build following and then just wait, I guess. I mean, surely at some point in time, they're just gonna come for you for the, what's it called, the publicity, right? If not a big studio, then maybe the smaller studio, like, smaller game development studios. Then from there on, I guess you get, like, a little bit of experience, you get a little bit of a portfolio, and then you can slowly build it up that way. Oof. Oh, come on, mate. I keep selecting my usual brush just out of autopilot. It's kind of insane. Designer for puzzle? Who's puzzle? Let me see. Art Knight's puzzle. Wait, did we have this conversation before? Actually, now that I think about it. I remember... What? Were we here before? Khan? Who's Khan? Oh my god. H-I-J-K, right? Khan? Oh no, I probably wasn't here before. I don't remember seeing. Oh, we have talked about this before. Okay. Offer to design a character. Ah, I see. Oh, right. Oh wait, no. Okay, I don't remember having this conversation, but I can see the pathway, right? Because so they got popular, then the company kind of want to make use of the following for publicity, get them to do a promotional art for some kind of anniversary or event, and then be like, oh shit, this guy does good work, you know, why don't we get him to do a little bit more or something like that. Yeah. You need to have your own style, your own voice, and then have a following for that. Then I guess something can happen. I mean, at that point, like, even if people don't approach you, maybe you can try approaching them now. It's kind of nice to see like a lot of these famous artists, like popular artists, like oh well, how should I say this? Like skillful artists always have like very long queues. It's so nice to see that people are still going for commissions. That there is, you know, if you have the skills, you can have not necessarily dollar bills, but you can have people wanting your stuff. You know, there's a demand for it. I'm hoping that this doesn't ever go down because of AI. I mean, I'm sure it has a little bit, but never seeing that as an option for me. So I zero belief that I'll be popular enough to do that. It's just really bad, but I can't help it. Oh, I see. You've always been drawing though, right? You've just always been creating and making stuff, like original stuff. Because I see that you have your own characters. You have very, what's the word, well established sort of style. A lot of work went in to get there. You just don't pose. Oh. And you don't want to, or like, because like it would be helpful, right, to have a following for whatever it is that you like doing. Like even right now, I kind of have half the mind to just take this sort of black and white style to do something with it, but I don't think it's effective enough. So where the hell is my reference? Oh, it's here. So I'm still delaying it. I want something with colors at least. I see. Understandable. Honestly, like my old self had like a more healthier sort of approach as well, because I just force myself to post shit even if I don't like it, because I know logically that it's a important step forward, even if it's bad, right? Like mostly just try to get stuff out there and prove to myself that even if it doesn't look necessarily the best, it's fine to just keep posting. But then nowadays I also kind of stopped. Like a lot of these stream practices. Oh. But if it's practice, I don't know if it's worth posting then, again. Because then that's the whole thing about like, hey, it's just a copy of someone else's photo, is it? Like, but I'm also posting some... sorry. I'm also posting some of it anyways, right? I was like, what am I talking about? Yeah, I guess I don't have any anything of value necessarily to really offer. I hope you can find the confidence and feel comfortable going for it. I hope I can too, one day. I'll give it one more year. I just haven't touched colors this year that much as I would like, as I thought I would have. But I also didn't really understand what it meant when I made the roadmap. So I think I wouldn't necessarily call it a failure on my part for this year. It's just not having enough experience to really plan properly. I think one more year, if we focus on just colors, I should be set. Even if I'm not, I'm gonna have to force myself, because there's just not enough time to just sit around and wait for things to get better, I think. Move the algorithm to video. I used to steadily get followers before they did that. Oh. I see. Sorry, Uni, like, I know you did mention that you used to want to be a character designer, but nowadays, is it like, do you find more joy making fan art, or making art that tell a story, perhaps, with your own characters? Or other people's characters? Why is this curve so difficult? Why does it not line up with my back? What? Okay, whatever. Oh. What is wrong with this line? I thought it was a straight... Oh no, it was a straight line, but because of my stupid ass brush, it doesn't actually... okay, I'm gonna have to replan the line then. Oh, so mostly original stuff. Okay. That's cool. Original ideas, original characters, original, yeah, storytelling. I imagine that would be what people want to follow for too, right? Like that would be nice. Oh, I see. Yeah, there is that whole you have to make a living out of this part. I see. Yeah, I don't know enough about the how things work and all these different things. Mm. On one hand, I hope you could, right? Like get into a studio of your liking. But I also hope that that doesn't tap the joy out of it. Man, concept art really is a different beast, right? When I hear like Feng Zhu talk about, hey, your job as like a junior concept artist is to, number one, clean up the paintings done by your seniors. You're just gonna put in, like, render all the stuff, the materials, edges, soft edges, that kind of stuff. And then like when you actually do design work, it's like, can you generate 50 different types of armor by the end of the day? It's like, what the fuck? 50 different types of the same armor. Just with different shapes. And they all have to what's the word? Follow the shape language as defined by the art director for their franchise, right? And I was like, oh man, this is absolutely insane, dude. I'm not doing that. I'm not ever gonna do that. Man. In modern times? That is true. I don't know. I'm not a very religious watcher of Feng Zhu. I only watched, like, I think probably 2 out of the 100-something design cinemas that he has done. But the thing that he always drives home is that it's a very... Because it's production, right? And it makes a lot of sense. It's very much a pipeline that people want to keep going. Keep running the whole time, and you're just a part of the pipeline. So like the way they say it, he says it, is like, yeah, it's a very emotionally draining job, I feel like. That's done nowadays. Oh, is that so? Like yeah, but he might be drawing on his own experience though. That is true. I think he has stopped working in the industry for a while when after he started teaching. And I think he mostly served as like a consultant or something. So mostly maybe sharing ideas in a certain direction. Maybe not even really like looking at what the grants are doing anymore. So I don't know. But I'm sure he has like connections. So maybe it's relevant in some studios and not everything kind of vibe. Hard to say. It's been a while, yeah. The school closed down or something, right? They stopped like I wanted to go to that school. Good thing I didn't, man. That's a great thing I did not. Oh man, that's a great thing I did not. Probably hate art by now. Be able to make the paintings that senior artists can do? Ah. Oof. Right? Idea generation, AI. I'm sure they still use humans for idea generation. AI is probably generating the same crap every time anyways. Yeah, the skill creep. Everyone's getting so good. Everyone starts drawing because tablets are more accessible. There's more teaching materials, learning materials. The skill creep is probably insane. I see. In terms, you're trying to. I guess you're talking about the point of like competitive. That even Uno has like a mobile app. People have made Uno in the freaking VR chat too. Oh, I see. You're saying that. Oh, okay. Oof. The AI stuff. Yeah, I'm glad that you know, Gaben is still sticking up to the sticking up for the gamers, mandating that the AI content must be tagged as AI generated content for games. That's nice. I wonder how long that will last. Once everybody starts to move over. And people have a really good point, you know, it's like if the developer asks one question about how to solve a bug, does that count as AI generated content? I mean, in that case, I don't think it should, right? But then, yeah, it's like, where do you draw the line? And 100% AI. Oh, actually, someone was also talking about how like the different Asian countries are approaching the AI thing. I think I saw on Reddit today. Like Chinese, like China is probably just it's mostly just like whatever, man. It's generated, 6 fingers, doesn't matter, just send it. Korea apparently, I think Korea and Japan tends to clean it up a little bit more. But then I think Korean is Korea's ads or something like the AI generated content supposedly, according to the Redditor's comment, which I don't know how reliable it is, but supposedly it's a little bit more pro AI, like more in the tone of AI is the future kind of vibe. Whereas Japan, I believe, was a little bit just more subtle. They don't really necessarily explain that it is AI or talk about AI, but they are using it too, just in a more cleaned up capacity. Tencent China. Oh shit! I didn't know that. Oof. It is a. Yeah, I don't know. Where is the world headed to? It's just a fucking mess. Everywhere you look is a mess, I feel like. But then, how do I say this? I remember having this conversation with my parents before too. It's like I feel like the world is getting more and more chaotic every day. But then I have also recognized that I felt this way basically always, right? It always feels like things are getting more chaotic. I don't know if that's just how things is. Because as, I guess, you grow older, things will change, you know, definitely. And then by virtue of the fact that it's different from what you're expecting, you feel like it's scarier and it's unstable. So maybe that's just kind of how it is. It's always going to be. And the world has always just kind of changed at the same pace or something. I don't know like where I'm going with this, but very exciting. See what happens to AI. Huh. Wasn't there like a whole AI boycott with like voice actors too for Genshin and stuff? There was like a lot of other drama with relates to that too. But I wonder like what, like I thought there were like more anti-AI movements or something, fighting for artists' rights. I wonder if anything came out of those because I don't hear about them anymore, right? They just kind of fizzled out as they always do, but yeah, exciting. Yeah, only in a sarcastic sort of capacity. Yes, yes, Mugen, right? Like he has like an hour and a half video on like the whole situation, the SAG-AFTRA, wouldn't say conspiracy, but like what's the word? Man, what is the word, bro? Oh my god. Oh, I'll just use the word shit show, I guess. Anyways, hello show, welcome. I wonder if my lines are too thick. This is kind of why I want to do this, because I keep seeing other people draw shit with slightly thicker lines, and it looks fine at the end of the day, but like I still cannot make the connection. I don't know how thick of a line I should be expecting in the line art stage. That, you know, like I don't know how thick the line art would have appeared if the colors wasn't here, for example, in the reference. So I think the only way is to try it. Bullying Genshin voice actor into doing it. Like they were making a shit ton of money and they're actually making, oh yeah, I remember. They had to pay membership premiums and a lot of them couldn't really make a living because of the high premiums or something, and they always have to take jobs that is made for the union, and then if you don't take the jobs as what's the word, recognized by the SAG-AFTRA, they like charge you penalties and like stupid shit, and like, it's like a fucking mess. Yeah, the video explains it better. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm not sure what they recommended, like why they recommended it to you. Because I don't know what value is it that I'm providing necessarily. I'm mostly just here to practice art. But if you have any questions, you want to ask, feel free. You're very much welcome here. If you like, there's also a Discord that you can join and talk to other people. I will just let you know now that I'm not active in the Discord. I basically do not exist in the Discord. But maybe once in a while I pop out in the voice channel and stuff like that. This is kind of nice, by the way. Like, I'm just kind of like sketching, and because I'm kind of talking, I don't really worry about most of some of these connections. It's a lot easier to sort of draw, you know, it doesn't feel so suffocating, where I have to make sure I get everything nice and pristine. If there's a topic to talk about, though. Man. I don't know how I appear to you guys. I feel like I don't know a lot of... I don't have a lot of things to talk about. Because for the most part, sports, media, what's that, like, celebrities, fashion, what else do people talk about? Current affairs, but I guess current affairs and politics is a little bit iffy, in general. I don't have any of those things. Even in terms of art and games, like recently, I'm like, not even recently, I've just always kind of been in my own sort of bubble and never really left it. That's why I don't think streamer job is quite very like good for me, because I don't have enough material to work with. It's nice, so it's nice, really nice that once in a while we get to have a conversation going of like a topic that I might not know too much about. They enjoy watching this channel, dang. Thank you to that friend of yours for saying that, and thank you for coming over to check it out. Feel like a painting, so eraser is my best friend. Oh man, I actually... It's kind of sad, like my tablet pen's eraser, like the back of the pen, right? I used to erase it by flipping the pen over and erase, but it's been broken. But the sad thing about it is not that it's broken, but the fact that it actually didn't even matter to me that it's broken. Because all I do is I just change it to the transparency color and I just erase it anyways. And it's actually not any harder, right? Because it's easier since you're already in that position with your fingers. And yeah, it's kind of sad that I guess the eraser never really had a real purpose there. It was not missed. Not even for a second. Oh, okay, for a second. For like one day. Then the next day I already got used to not having it. Very sad. Mr. Eraser just got instantly replaced. Yeah, like my keyboard. So I think I'm sort of... I think I mentioned this before. Like, not saying that you should have known this anyways, right? But my tablet is here. I'm here. My keyboard is here, and there's not enough space on either side of the thing to really reach over comfortably. And because my tablet is broken, I know I should change new one. I have to hold the tablet on like this and draw like this. So I don't have the fingers to do it. And then the hotkey wise, like there's probably more buttons. But then because I can't really move this hand, I can really only access a couple here. Just like this ring of buttons. And then 1 or 2 keys at the bottom. Because the one on top is too high up. So yeah, and I also cannot change brush sizes. That's why I always have to like go and click the brush size things on the side here. I've seen people use like keyboards efficiently. I've seen people use like there's like those tools, right? That's made specifically for artists to draw with. You have like a dial that you can zoom in and out and change brush sizes and shit. That's a little bit more intuitively and stuff like that. Yeah, I know, right? Like even just like for example, actually what key was it? Shit. Wait, what? Wait, how did I oh? Wait, I'm getting like a aneurysm or something. Why can I not remember? Like you can press spacebar and drag the canvas around, right? For the longest part, I've just zoomed in and out because that was how I used Paint to Sai. Not that Paint to Sai didn't have the drag tool either, but I'm pretty sure I hotkeyed it on my... Wait, what? Why did I hotkey it too? Why can't I not remember right now? Oh my god. What? I'm so confused right now. How do I drag the... Oh, middle mouse click. Oh my god. Shit, I was so scared for a second. Like, I was like, what? They say that if you smell burning toast, or if your speech starts slurring, that's a sign of stroke, right? I was like, I can't remember this thing that I use every day. Hello? Anyway, spooky, spooky. Halloween's over. Man, it's nice not to have to deal with opacity issues where you have like a bunch of overlapping shit and it looks messy. And then when you erase as well, I can't erase properly because I don't have the eraser hotkey. That's a me problem. But still, yeah, nice opaque G pen here. Pretty good. Very nice. This is pretty efficient though, I think. Like this set of lines here. I'm not spending too much time overthinking it. For the most part, it joins up nicely. It's got some line weights too. Not necessarily consistent with how it's being applied, but at least there's some visual interest that way. And then if I can just get like a simpler set of coloring stuff, like a more consistently simple coloring workflow or NR shapes and colors and stuff like that, that would be good grounds for getting started with maybe restarting the posting on Twitter and social media and try to slowly build a following as we continue to refine the process and the style, stuff like that. Yes, sure. If you, yeah, thank you, first of all. I guess that is the main value that I'm providing, like that I'm going to be here every day for weekdays to work on my own stuff. If you want to join and see what I'm doing, or hear my stupid ramblings about why I'm doing things in like this really stupid way, this is the channel for it. And like some of the models, the mental models that I come up with to help me move forwards, it will work for like a day and then it will immediately fail the next day because I would either learn something new about myself of like why I think a certain way and then the model gets outdated, or my mood changes and the way I view the situation changed and therefore the model stops working. Like a good example of this is recently I was trying to figure out the styles issue, right? There's a lot of ways to draw the same thing, and a lot of ways to stylize the different things, but I don't necessarily like one over the other. And then it comes down to a problem of, oh, okay, how do I reconcile all these different styles? Which one should I choose, right? Which one should I go with? But if that's the case, then like, why am I... Then it becomes important to understand why I'm drawing the piece in the first place, right? If you're drawing it for character design, rendering is not that important, right? You just need base colors. You just need rough lines. But if you're drawing for like an illustration, then it has to be really tight. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but if that's the goal of it. So then the mental model became like, hey, depending on the objective, you can stop at different points in the process. And I was reviewing that that notes the other day, and I realized that it's a good it's a good in concept, in theory, but in actuality, there's a lot more moving parts than I expected. And primarily it's... Sorry, I'm already going to theory crafting again. What is it? So like these are all the different styles, right? We have like a simple sketchy style. We have a slightly cleaner sort of sketchy style, right? So still the same brushes, same tools, but cleaner lines, right? Cleaner lines, somewhere in between, for example. And then we have simpler line colors and stuff. Line with colors, but simple colors. We have no reflected light, just single light source. Focus more on the colors. And then this is the proposed cleaner set of lines, but also very how do I say this? Just a more polished version of what we saw before. And then there's the natural sort of just paint, and whatever goes goes. So these are meant to be the style alignments, and I think the idea of having a style alignment is still pretty good. But I think the position of where these things are and how I feel about it will definitely change, and it's changing at a pace that is a lot faster than I'm expecting it to change. If I feel one mood today, I would feel like, hey, maybe this is considered clean. But I might look at something else and come back the next day and be like, yeah, this is still not clean enough. You know, like that target is always moving. And so it's how do I say this? Like the way that I am presenting this right here is a little bit too digital, in the sense that it is not as a continuous scale, right? It's not a continuous number line. I'm picking out specific numbers. I'm saying that this is where I want to stop, but really it isn't necessarily that quantized, right? It is like a process of going from rough to clean, and then depending on where you want, like maybe this is like one... Sorry, what's my numbering? I don't really know the numbering that well. So 1A is rougher, right? 1B is cleaner, for example. I'm currently setting 1A and 1B to this sort of thing, but depending on how I feel about it, the range kind of moves a little bit. So rather than sticking to a specific area here and saying that this is where I want to stop, I just need to let it flow naturally, right? So that's why this mental model both kind of works, but also is very lacking in terms of flexibility, I think. It's too strict. But anyways, this is just an example of me theory crafting and then it not working out, and then me spending a bunch of... Like, this is what the stream is, basically. A lot of working through all this stupid nonsense that I have in my head. Figuring out why it works or why it doesn't work, or why it doesn't matter. And then presenting it, I guess, on the fly here. Yeah, so depending on how you view art and what you want to get out of the channel. 1, 2 on the side? Oh, okay. One second. Let me bring it back up. One, two. Oh, here. This is a recommendation by Duvet at some point, I think. They have a very flexible range of styles, and primarily they have this sort of just base color, no rendering, no shadows kind of set of illustrations. If you go onto their website, you can see them selling it under their prints. 1+2, right? 1+2, because 1 is meant to be a sketch and 2 is meant to be a color. So 1+2 is kind of like, hey, it's kind of like a sketch, right? The lines are line weight, line heavy. It's just black lines. The lines are not colored, but you still have color, but the colors are not rendered. So it's kind of like a weird in between the two. That's why there's a 1+2 here. Just to explain the numbers for people who are interested in the numbers, which I don't think there's that many. But just to keep a, you know, keep things on the record here, since the stream is meant to be a record of my development process, including all the good and bad stuff, and the stupid stuff mostly. Hello, Maxi. Oh. Yes. I'm starting to notice that there tends to be more people like after 12 for me. Sorry, after my usual stream end time for me. One way to think of it would be like people are waking up. Another way to think of it would be like the usual people who watch me have decided that, you know, there's nothing of value now. and they stop watching, but the usual time where I stop because people haven't really gotten a chance to see too much of it yet, they're like, oh yeah, what's this? What's this? Just to be clear, by the way, like I think like if you guys want to get better, the best way is always to just not watch, not get distracted, and then like just work on your own stuff. Because personally, when I watch someone else, even if it's like a YouTube video that's not really related, that doesn't really require too much attention, it's just always too distracting for me to actually get anything done. So yeah, anyways, that's a brief introduction on what nonsense I do on this channel. We used to have a roadmap. I mean, I still have it. We just haven't followed it in a really long time just because... Actually, why did I stop following it? I don't know. I think it was too rigid. You like to see the planning phase? Yeah, I think it's like a more unique side of art that people don't really get a chance to share, right? Because there's a lot of talking, it's a lot of words, there's a lot of ideas thrown out, and you can't really present it well in like a short, concise, and most importantly, entertaining video. And putting it like on anywhere else on social media, it's like a wall of text. Like, who's gonna read that, right? Well, since you are somewhat interested, I can quickly, I mean, I'm kind of ending here anyways, but there is the roadmap, right? This was created earlier this year, like beginning of this year, literally January 1st week, for the purpose of guiding the series of streams I want to do for the entirety of this year. Currently we're on 238, and I think about 100 streams ago we kind of deviated from the thing, but the idea was originally, so if you just ignore all the blue lines, blue text, this was the original planning, right? Yes, thank you, Uni. Have a good night. I'll probably also hop up here after I talk about this, but because the reason, so why do you draw? For this reason. How do I get there? Do all these things, right? If you want to create a world, you want to build a following, you want to build a community that likes that, right? That means you need consistent style, theming, and frequency. So all these are like just the behind the scenes in terms of why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, right? To keep the main goal clear, there's always two important questions, right? Why are you pursuing art in the first place? And then the second one is more specific to the piece that you're doing, which is not that relevant right now. So why am I doing it? How do I get there? And then I need to gain skills. How do I gain skills? Right, so here's the roadmap, right? You want to bring up the technicals. So I say rendering here because back then I thought rendering was my only problem, but now I've come to realize there's a lot more problems than I initially understood, right? I think a big part of starting out in art is that you don't really know where all these different areas of art that you need to improve it. Like, you vaguely have an idea. People talk about fundamentals, like perspective, composition, that kind of stuff, but what does it truly mean? Like, what does it truly mean to focus on a study for perspective and stuff like that? That I did not know earlier this year. And so the guidance, sort of the person that was doing the thing was already sort of ill-informed. So a lot of these things didn't really, wasn't very realistic, right? So I planned for like 3 months to work on anatomy, and I thought I can get through all of it. Boy, I got through like... Where is my stupid layer here? I got through like 20, 30, 40%, less than 40%. So in terms of like what the numbers mean, it just means like I had a mental idea of where I would like to be. And then at the end of like the 2 weeks or 3 weeks that I dedicated myself to work on it, I look back and I'm like, yeah, I'm really like just a quarter of the way there. That's kind of what the numbers mean. Eventually I start evaluating that number because it wasn't very meaningful. It's just going to be 10-20%. The more you do, right, the more I realize that there's more things to learn, and it's a very long journey. Like, to be able to draw freely for anatomy, just interesting poses with good anatomy, good stylization, good flow to the pose, that takes years already. If you want to be able to do that without any reference at all, right? That takes years of understanding all the different perspectives, all the different parts of the body, how they be put into perspective, how to stylize it to make it look smooth, and how the different muscles may interact with each other when you have different poses where things interact. It's like crazy. Like, you know that curve, the Dunning-Kruger effect, where in the beginning you have like no knowledge, but you have a lot of confidence. And then the more you learn, you slowly drop confidence. But even though you're better than before, you still keep dropping confidence because you're like, holy shit, there's like 5 bajillion things I have to learn. But yeah, anyways, like, oh, yeah, in respect to the, with respect to what you just said, Show, basically, I have been sort of on and off drawing for like since 2020, right? A little bit more seriously, but also not that serious. It's like maybe one piece every few months, right? But in that 4 years, as I've been sort of trying and failing and trying and failing, I keep finding myself getting stuck at the same thing. And eventually it got so frustrating that I was desperate enough and I was so overwhelmed that I decided that I just had to fix this. Like, this is so insane that I have to go through this really painful process every time. Like, I originally thought that anime art, you don't need to have good anatomy, for example, right? Everyone always say it's really stylized, blah, blah, blah. Boy, was I wrong, right? Like, I think we all know that that is a stupid take. But it took me 4 years to finally decide that, hey, the pain that I'm experiencing, struggling every time, is probably a lot more than just going through the actual process of learning. So, all these ideas, all these things that I want to work on was just things that sort of I collected, had it in the back of my mind that I want to get better at over the course of 4 years, and then I put it onto paper and I organized it, I grouped it together a little bit. And then as I move along here, the blue lines are, the blue text is basically expanding on the ideas. Like, what does it mean? Like, oh, to practice material rendering. Oh, metals, glass, reflective surfaces. And, you know, like, as I go on, like, some of these original ideas of just, hey, I want to get better at colors. I didn't really know what it meant to be better at color. I didn't know what it meant to be working on just colors, excuse me. Right? And, oh man, like, this is a whole journey. Like, the things that I've, there's still a lot of misconceptions, I think, as I go. I'm sure right now I'm still very, not very, what's the word, very clearly understanding some of the concepts and the experience and the workflow that's required. But I think after a year of like doing this nonsense, it's becoming a little bit, it's definitely felt a lot clearer, especially talking with like you, for example, Show, right? Like, people who come in with similar problems, with similar ideas, and maybe with different ideas too, right? Like contradicting ideas, and then talking it out, figuring it out, like, hey, you know, why is it that you think the way that you do, and why is it that I think the way that I do? Most of the times because I'm stupid. But anyways, I had the wrong ideas about art, since there's no one to guide me, like you said. There's no teacher, there's no senior. There's a lot of things that I'm just like, I think it's like this, but it turns out it's completely wrong. It's just, we are here now. This is the last time I did like a status update or something. I don't know, like, I kind of forgot to move this marker. We are currently not on this part of the roadmap. I think I nuked it. I at some point we tried VTuber design and it took too long, and I wasn't part of my goal of creating a world, right? It wasn't making me better at art, so I dropped it. But we did waste 2 months on it. I kind of say waste. And then here's the new plan, which I also just kind of ignored. We are probably on like the 3rd revision by now. Grew older, found other medium digital are perspective change based on that. Right, yeah, like, yeah, everything keeps changing, right? Everything keeps changing. The more you learn, the more you try, and you're changing preferences, you're changing social economic situation too, right? The amount of time you have. And whether if it's realistic to go for certain goals that you used to have, like, all of these things keep changing. So it is what it is. We do our best here. But that's kind of what this stream is. I think at this point, we actually have, I actually start to have more and more structures. Actually, I read somewhere that this is more of a fallacy, that people try to have a model for reality when reality isn't really modelable. Like, it's not going to be perfectly fitting into any specific model, right? Their models, they're all wrong, but some are slightly more useful. And then the problem is that people tend to try and fit it to the model too much. They want the model to work too much. And I can see myself falling into the same thing. I keep doing it. But yeah, so I don't know if any of this is really that useful. But at least now I'm starting to break down the art. Like previously I was like not very sure on all the different components of art and how they fit together. Like where would composition come in? Where would value come in? Where would color come in? Rendering and so on and so forth. Why do people always say that rendering is the easiest part of the process, but I'm struggling with it so much, right? It's because when you're rendering, the rules are always very simple, whereas the creative part of deciding where this art is going to go, the colors, the composition, and those things are truly what is always going to be difficult. Rendering, once you learn how to do it, you master it, it's kind of there, but those other decision making and questions and stuff, those are always tricky. That's why people say the way they say it, and that's why also there's a specific workflow that people go through. And man, sorry, I'm just kind of rambling here, but if you stick around, this is kind of the kind of stuff that will pop out once in a while, where I try to sort out like my thinking and try to figure out where my gaps are. I'm sure there's still a lot more to come, a lot more gaps to fill. We've worked out a lot of the stuff already that I never even knew existed, but I'm sure there's a lot more left. You don't, yeah, I mean, like, of course I'll leave it up to you, what's interesting and what's worth spending time on. But I don't, those things don't tend to come that often as you might imagine. So you can always just drop by once in a while and check in. Somehow, currently I think I'm trying to work on colors. The two biggest things that stand in front of me are just colors and rendering. And also overcoming some issues with polish as well as workflow and stuff like that. I always feel like things are too messy, but I like the messy lines when I'm trying to reconcile. I like messy lines, but I like clean renders, which is really hard to reconcile because they just don't work together. Yes, thank you, Sho. Anyways, feel free to come and go. Like this, I mean, I'm sure we all know art is a very, very slow process. So sometimes streams are really slow. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of interesting things nowadays that I'm offering. I think every day we have people that come in daily to share an artist or two, share some stuff that they've found. We don't really organize events in our Discord either. Currently, that's the first event ever in the server, which is the Secret Santa, but the sign-up's already over. I'm thinking of going back to making videos or also doing more content that involves maybe Japanese artists, just because I can speak the language, and it has I have a unique opportunity to maybe talk to some of them in a more informal manner. But I also haven't really been working on it. These are all some really good ideas, really interesting ideas that I do want to execute on at some point in time. But until like art is stabilized, I really cannot justify spending time anywhere else. If I were working on this full time, like I would make so many interesting videos. That's what I like to say. I mean, I don't know, but I feel like they would be interesting. Instead of working 8 hours in an office, I can be making videos 8 hours a day. Okay, that's probably not gonna be happen. I probably like work 4 hours a day, but like, you know, and then stream my 3 to 4 hours at night. Keep my art progress going, but still provide content. I think that would be the best situation. But the current economic climate, the current markets, I cannot justify leaving a job at all. So it is what it is, you know. Maybe I should start buying the lottery, see if I can get lucky. Yeah. You see, right there, you have like a really good view on everything. I mean, I think you mentioned that you were doing traditional before, right? So But I thought reference means copy shapes. That's why I did that for 4 years, and after 4 years I still cannot draw anatomy because I never learned it, right? And yeah, all these misconceptions, I think it would have been so much easier if I had just talked to someone. Anyone. Any single, okay, like to be fair, if I talk to someone that I, you know, that I don't really like the art style of, or I don't really necessarily respect the technical skill as much as I would like, then I probably wouldn't listen to them anyways. But you know, they would have put the idea into my head a little bit earlier. But anyways, enough about me. But like yeah, trying to get used to traditional media. I've known a few artists, I think, on stream as well as like off stream as well, who are trying to switch over to from traditional into digital. In the beginning, there's a significant downgrade in the amount of skill that it can display, just because they're not used to the medium. Actually, I don't know how my friend is doing. They've been on stream once, like a Korean girl. She mostly only speaks Korean, so it's really hard to communicate without our Korean mutual friend available. But I wonder how she's doing. Maybe she's gotten a little bit more used to the medium. Oh, drawing for the fun of it. That is great. That is a very good mentality. I cannot emphasize how good of a mentality that is. Like I keep talking about why I'm doing all these models and stuff, and it's because I have a lot of mental blockage as a result of like not drawing for fun, and also being super critical, and also not having anyone to sort of guide me onto the correct way of thinking. So a lot of the thinking is flawed, and over the years it kind of stacked up, and from a lot of mental blockage, I feel like I just physically cannot continue when I cannot sort out my mind. That's why there's so many of these unnecessary models, I would like to say. Because art shouldn't be this rigid, right? It should just be a fun thing that you do. You do it for fun, you do it to express your ideas. It's not about being technically superior over everyone else. But for years, that was the only way I could see it, and kind of sucks. Because it means that every time I draw something, I feel really bad about it. And it stops me from drawing for a couple of weeks at least. So yeah, if you can draw for fun, I think that is really good. That is absolutely amazing. I'm trying to learn how to draw for fun. I just brought this character up online today, and I'm hoping to use her to draw for fun. Although I worry that I might have made her themes and character design a little bit too dark. I have to stay true to the design for reasons, because that's the whole reason she is created. But at the same time, it is a little bit too dark. I think I need to figure out how to maybe lighten it up. But in due time. At least I have an avenue. I have a way of working on this issue. Just more than I can say for the me of yesterday, I suppose. Oh man, things are moving but so slowly. People always say trust the process, but it's really hard to trust the process, even if you have gone through the process before. 236 streams in, I would like to think that 38 that I would have seen some success, right? And I have, but it still feels like it's been really hard to just have faith and keep going. I will keep going though, I mean. But it always feels so uncertain, you know, like until it really finally you see the fruits of your labor. Until that very moment, you are uncertain. Like I am uncertain. I don't know if it's the right path. I used to worry about if I'm doing the right thing right now. Like, am I on the right path in life? Then later on, I realized that, hey, it actually has no meaning. The question has no meaning. Because if you make it to a place that you want to be, then you were on the right path. But if you didn't make it, then you're on the wrong path. So what matters isn't the path that you chose, but to make it work. No matter what path you choose, then that path that you were on was the right path. So the question itself is moot. It's just a waste of time to try to find the answer to that question. And that helped quite a bit. But anyways, sorry, I'm just talking random shit. Draw something on my own that I brought from life for nothing. Exactly, right? Exactly. I think that's the ultimate goal. To be able to just draw your ideas and have it flow as freely as you are speaking right now, right? Because like art is just another language. To have the technical skill to just express your ideas and not worry about, hey, if people are gonna understand, or hey, I don't know what color I'm using here. I don't know what perspective I'm supposed to use. But yeah, sorry, I'm just dumping a lot of nonsense. Like this is, once I start talking about shit like this is also the only thing I can talk about, by the way. I know nothing about sports, about celebrities, about fashion, about everything else in the world, even games and stuff. I'm really just into old games and stuff. But what I used to do is I would go on VR chat and just ask people about like what is their dream in life, right? What is their goal in life, and try to see how they respond, because some people have goals, some people do not. And then that is interesting in enough as well, but it's also interesting how they follow up with that, right? Like, do they start to question life? Or are they okay with just being happy with whatever that's in front of them? And then, yeah, so that's why like the stuff that I tend to be able to talk about is mostly just nonsense like this. Yeah, to be able to draw from something. Sho, do you have, like, did you have a story that you want to present to the world? Like now? Maybe you haven't really started on the thing, maybe you haven't really fleshed it out that much, but do you have like an idea, or do you have like a something that you have? Oh man, I messed up the lines. The line weight is gonna get right. Oh, this is too thin. I have to join this. Man, these curvy as long as lines, dude. Stop clicking on the other brush. Oh my god. The muscle memory is real. You just do it before you realize it's happened. If you like to share, there is, anyways, Joe. You don't have to share anything you don't want to. Oh man. Oh man, Maxi. Line weights, man. Line weights was like the one of the biggest mystery for so long. And the funny thing about art is, I feel like a lot of these problems that you have, like at least in my experience, they don't tend to get resolved directly. Like I don't tend to, like, for example, have an issue, then find a way to try to target that issue and then work on the issue and then fix it. It doesn't ever happen that way. What happens is that it just kind of exists as I draw more and more and more, and then over time at some point it just kind of disappeared. Like line art for the longest time, line weights, it's like, why is my line, like, why are my lines so boring? Why are their lines so interesting, right? And you can maybe like see that, hey, they're thickening some parts of it, like thinning some other parts of it. But what I didn't realize back then was that people do it differently, and people, the same person might still do it inconsistently too. So I couldn't find a rule to it. I couldn't figure out what's happening. And then nowadays it just kind of happens. Like the line art just kind of naturally has certain thickness, like variations to it. I don't necessarily know why that this would be thicker. It just looks better. So like, I guess the problem's resolved, but I still cannot put it into words. It's so kind of annoying. It's kind of magical, but it's also kind of annoying. Because you cannot share the knowledge, but anyways. I make an OC and try to build around that. Yes, sure. I recently, how do I say this? Like, the way I saw it was that as an artist, right, you have so much control over everything. You can control anything and make anything happen. Then if that's the case, why should you choose one thing over another? And I think an easy way to answer that is probably just you like something more than the other thing. But then there's always an order of operations, right? If you decide on the world setting already, then maybe certain character designs and certain character concepts are not really feasible anymore, right? If you have a sci-fi world, having magic in it will be a little bit more complicated and harder, right? Having medieval concepts in it, maybe a little bit less sort of cohesive, right? You can still make it work, but it will be a little bit harder. So then the problem comes in, like, what should be designed first? And I think today I had the revelation that Because personally, what I want to do was create a world for my own character, because the character means a lot to me. And that means instead of designing the world first, I should design the character first. And then the next problem comes, like, this character that I want to make a world for, she has been around for a really long time, but I still don't know what her personality is like, because she kind of just, like, I didn't really create her, she just kind of appeared at some point in my life and stuck around. So then, now my problem comes in, like, how do I design this character so I can design the world? And then my new concept is to design a character that represents some other part of my life that I can have a little bit more control over, right? If I have a character that represents, like in this case, this character here is meant to represent more of the darker side of life, and the more struggles and the more sort of stuff, dealing with stuff like trauma, suicide, abuse, that kind of stuff, right? Drawing someone from my own personal experience and bringing it up a little bit more exaggerated. And this makes the character have meaning to me, right? So the character's design will become the source of truth, right? So instead of designing the world, I design the character first. And the character, because it has a very specific personal meaning to me, connection to me, I know that this is what I want for a fact, right? I don't have to worry if it's going to be a magic world or if it's going to be a sci-fi world. I just know that it's going to be this character first. And if I can characterize, personify different parts of my life and have all of these different characters, and all of them are true to some part of my life, so they are already fixed, then now I have these pillars of sources of truth, and I can build the world around them. And that is, like, in my opinion, I think the best way that I should approach my situation, right? Rather than really figuring out the world, I'll just have the characters first, and then make the world work for the characters. This way the characters stay true to themselves, which is what I want to preserve. That's the most important thing. And I can still have something consistent. So I don't know if this is maybe something that you can consider. It's also presumptuous of me to give advice, well, not ask for it. So to apologize for just talking about my shit. I guess all streamers eventually become a little bit more egotistical, just talking about their own stuff. Is this good? I don't know, it was a little bit too, considering her tail is meant to be like 14 kg and it's mostly resting on this, I think the bed should be a little bit more squashed. Yeah, but yeah, man, like, I think, yeah, anyways. Not having like an artist, sorry, not having like a teacher or a senior or someone who knows what they're doing, who has the experience to guide you, is definitely, like, to guide me in my case, was very painful, because a lot of these things you kind of have to figure out for yourself, and usually not in a very efficient way, right? And through a lot of anguish and through a lot of trial and error. But on the other hand, it means that whatever that I do create and arrive on is 100%, well, not maybe 100%, but a lot more of my own ideas. If I can make my own ideas work, then maybe the suffering is worth all the trouble. It's worth struggling through all these years and having all these sleepless nights, crashing out and crying every 2 weeks 2 years ago. That was great. Very fun. Yeah, I guess again, whether if this is the right choice or wrong choice, it all comes down to whether if I get it to work in the end, right? If I get it to work, then amazing. Clap, 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 clap for you, my friend, you know? But if I didn't make it work, I'm just another failure. Maybe failure is a bit strong of the word, but it is true. But maybe dreamer would have been a better word. Music's kind of fitting with the music box and everything. But we are gonna end here. I usually end an hour earlier, just because there's work tomorrow. But because it's December, everyone's really chill, apparently. Office is half empty anyways. My work is getting done anyways. Man, I wonder where I'll be in another year. We're definitely gonna keep this up for another year now. Because originally I only planned to do this for this year. And then next year I was gonna go back to making videos. Because it would be nice to grow a big YouTube channel, you know. It's nice to see your efforts pay back in such a quantifiable way. Art is not very quantifiable. Not very tangible. At least not in a like that short amount of a time. But now it's looking like it's not gonna be a thing. For at least yet another year. Honestly, at the rate that it's going, it probably never is gonna happen. Right? Things always pile up as you get older. So who knows? I don't know when the next video is gonna be. But I do hope I will get a chance to make it. I hope one day I could actually be like one of those other YouTubers, right? They're like, oh, thank you, thanks to my viewers, I managed to make this my full-time job and I can just keep making content the way I want it. The kind of content that I want to make. I know I say this and I don't have any way of people to support me financially. I turn off super chat because for the most part our streams get copyrighted. And also Ko-Fi, I just don't really want to have any money transaction at this point in time. I hope at some point in time I create something that is worth people supporting for. I think currently there isn't anything yet. It's mostly just me working on myself, so at some point in time. And hopefully that is successful. Oh, sorry, that is a very wrong attitude, right? I'm supposed to be like, oh, I'm gonna make it successful. Yes, yes, yes. Which is most of the time. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm an unk. I'm an unk. Yeah, I'm an unk. Yeah, let's go. Growing old is weird, man. Like, the people that you used to idolize and watch, they slowly fade away into obscurity, either because they retire or because they are dead. Then the people that you start to idolize, the new people that you idolize, tend to get younger and younger and younger, and at some point they're all younger than you. And I can really understand why people get a midlife crisis. Because it really makes you think. It's like, man, these people who are so much younger than me, they're achieving so much more than I am. What am I doing with my life? And then you just kind of spiral out of control from there on. Until you find something concrete, right? For most people, they'll be having their own families. But if it means that that is their source of happiness, or if it's because they're just too busy to really worry about stupid problems like life and stuff like that. Yeah, it just happens, man. I haven't publicized my age, but it starts with a 3. And the last I checked, people haven't reached 300 years old yet, so that is the rough range, I think. I don't think I'm necessarily that old, but at least in my immediate circle of friends, with respect to gaming friends, art friends, I do tend to be the oldest, in my experience. So I kind of just act like that. I do apologize if I'm actually younger than some of my viewers, because I know it can be annoying to hear someone younger than you talk about their age. I would know, right? Because that's what I get every time I go into VR chat. But yeah. Yeah, this brush is kind of tricky to even put. I have a good feeling about this piece, I think. Because my targets are low, my expectations are realistic. The lines are rougher than I thought I would be able to get away with. So that's already a win. Oh my god, like look at the muscle memory, man. Every time I switch to that brush, just automatically. Insane. Yeah, I cannot accept drawing this cheek line without doing it in one stroke. I clicked it again, wrong brush. 20s and max. I don't know. I have been told that I sound younger. I don't know if that means my voice is young or because I speak immaturely for my age. I am more of the immature jokes kind of type of person, right? I go up to my friends, I say pee pee poo poo, and then I laugh, you know, like that's my kind of humor. So and also, you know, I guess staying around younger people, you tend to match their energy, right? You match the energy of people around you. There'll be more there. Like my friends are still all talking about games and stuff. No one's really talking about starting a family. I mean, my similar age friends are, but for one reason or another, we are not really that much in contact anymore. Not because we're on bad terms, just because of circumstances. And how the hell does this clothing work here? I think in the original the neck was entirely invisible, like not visible. Oh, sorry, it sinks in. Okay. So no neck then, right? I can just nuke the neck. But I will have to imply the fabric, so I do have to pop this out, I think. Alright, this kind of works. I think that's fine. I don't actually know what the structure here is. This is a big problem that I always do. I just pretend that I will be able to sort it out later. But after failing this many times, I think I'm starting to... I guess I'm actually starting to be able to predict what's gonna happen. I can really see how the rendering is gonna go wrong. I predict that these two lines that needs to be moved, I think. Because the reference is doing it a different way. And I'm not good enough to do it on my own yet. So what's likely going to happen is that I will end up having to change these guys anyway, so I might as well do it now. Yeah, would the fabric go all the way like that? I don't think so, right? It would just kind of sit here instead. Then we might have a different line that implies a different seam that kind of comes off the breast again from the apex. We can make this like a little bit more explicit just by putting in like the bump. I sound young? Okay. Thank you, first of all. Oh, man. I mean, jokes about age is always about getting older, right? So, I don't really get people calling me young. Why would they, right? They're all younger than me, I suppose. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In due time, they will get the what was the word? Comeuppance. In due time. Man, I sound like an old man now. Anyways, we actually finished the lines. Look at that, 1:30. I don't know how long or when we started. I think it's like an hour and a half ago. But at some point we got distracted by FGO. Oh no, I'm not done with the line. I haven't figured out the hair yet. But for the most part, we're kind of done. At least after a year, things are slowly starting to come together. I'm getting more satisfied with the stuff that I'm doing. We're bringing characters online. Finally being ready to tackle colors and rendering. I think before my lines were like too unstable. My anatomy knowledge and my setup, my construction was too inadequate, insufficient to really allow me to move on to colors and render. Because of course, like, you know, when you're evaluating a piece of art, you're gonna look at it as a whole. And if the lines are absolute dog shit, and you know that they're dog shit, it's gonna be so much harder to evaluate everything else because you're gonna be so distracted. So I guess, you know, it's not like I wasted my time by tackling something that wasn't that big of a deal. I guess it was just as big of a deal as colors and rendering the lines. So good to know. Good to know. Good to know that things are moving. Another year. Let's see if I can last another year and where we'll be in another year. Looks like we're top off our stream numbers at about, let's see, 200 and... So this will be 58, 58. 258 will be the last stream of this year. Provided I don't miss anything. I might miss one just because of an interview that we have to do. But 258 streams. So next year we can crack 500 if everything goes well. That's nice. I hope nothing happens in the next year. We can continue to do our thing. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for listening to me rant for another hour. The rants always tend to happen at the last hour, because I think more people join and we get to talk a bit more. But I will be here same time tomorrow, and I don't know where you guys are from, but have a good night, have a good day, have a good evening, have a good morning, afternoon, and such and such. But thank you guys for coming again. Have a good day. Have a good. My God, I'm in. I'm getting too tired, man. It's at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. Goodbye. Right. Goodbye. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.